da 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 da. Whenever you need me, I'll be there.
There you are, eavesdropper.
Nice and spicy.
Let me amuse you.
Booba, get them.
Over here. Systems shine no longer.
Let the show begin. Race you! Race you! Nice and spicy.
What do you think, cutie?
Booba, get them. I'll protect us. La, 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 la.
Surrender and be gentle.
You're intimate. That really hurt. Booba, get them. Let the show begin.
Hey, don't be such a brute.
I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance. A little dusty. Best give it a spring cleaning.
ये बस मारना है
Nice and spicy.
You're in for a little.
Someone needs assistance. I'll protect us. Time to clean up. I'll catch up. Go
closer. Hup, hup, hit, hit.
Let's dance. Race you! No! Did I ruin everything? Go, Barbara, go!
This will be interesting.
Outrider Amber, reporting.
Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
Dodge this! Freeze! Freeze! Dodge this!
Ready, steady, go!
You're in for a little shock. Let's spark things up a little. Yep.
Bet you can't keep up with me! Let's dance! I'll race you there! I'll never surrender! Let the show begin. Go, go, Barret Bunny! Must keep training.
Time to fight back, I suppose.
Go, Barbara, go!
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
I'll protect us.
You come a little closer.
Just sharpen my spear. Oh, how exciting! Let's dance. Nice and spicy. Leave it all to me. I must leave no stone unturned. Nice and spicy. Race you. Leave it all to me. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Nice and spicy.
Blitz.
Boba, get them! Race you! Let the show begin.
You passed. So, you want to get to know me a little better, huh? That's a story for another day. But I'm touched that you asked.
I'll catch up. I'll catch up.
Try not to enjoy this.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Eat this!
for a little shock.
Off with you!
Let's dance. Let the show begin.
Don't be such a brute. You're in for a little shock.
Nice and spicy.
No pain, no gain.
None of this will go to waste. Race you!
Let's spark things up a little. Come a little closer. No pain, no gain.
लगे जाता है क्योंकि एक टाइम के बाद ना तुम्हें तुम्हारे प्रेशर हार्ड हो जाती है।
Let the show begin. Boba, get them! Fry pan into the fire! Let's dance! Nice and spicy! Fry pan into the fire! Let the show begin.
और अभी क्या कर रहा है? अरे पता नहीं क्या बिजली की दिक्कत हो रही है आज मेरे भी, मतलब कल भी बहुत रही थी, आज भी बहुत। मैंने स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट की, उसके बाद लाइट चली गई। स्ट्रीम जैसे उसको पब्लिक किया, ओके किया, वेलकम था और लाइट चली गई। ठीक है।
I swear on the Archons, I can't go any lower.
Keep going. Add Astra.
तूने बताया तो सही। उसी के चक्कर में यहाँ पे वो हो रही है, ये क्या बोलते हैं इसको, ठंड हो रही है। क्या बना रहा हूँ? अच्छा, तो फिर नए वाले
Add Ad Astra Abyssosk.
तेरा ऐसे पे वो निकला था कि लेवल काफी मोड़ है
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
हाँ हाँ अच्छा वो इकरान मैंने वही कहा था ना इकरान जब तक नहीं मिलेगा हम इकरान के बिना नहीं ले पाएंगे उनका शायद
Go, Barbara, go!
हाँ चल बचाने की कोशिश कर रहा है
Oh, snowflakes. Look at them dance.
जब डरेगा तो और खेली जाती है खेली जाती है हाँ देखिए पूरा देखा है Spotted? I know, I know. We have to take it.
Go, Barbara, go! Huh? Oh, snowflakes. Look at them dance.
There's no end to this.
मतलब अगर कोई बंदा बातचीत नहीं करेगा तो बहुत ज़्यादा awkward हो जाएगा ना, खाली खाली। तो ब्रेक पॉइंट में तो जब हम किसी अच्छी चीज़ पे लग जाते हैं तो वो होता है कि भाई इस एरिया में जाओ, यहाँ पे सारे मतलब जो कार्टन होते हैं या वहाँ पे कुछ वेपन पड़ा है, ऐसा कुछ पड़ा है, तो साथ रहते थे। अब इतना बड़ा मैप होता है, बंदा कहाँ तक ढूंढता रहेगा, इसलिए वो डेवलपर डाल देते हैं भाई कि यहाँ पे ये तुम्हें बताता रहेगा धीरे धीरे क्या चल रहा है।
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wandering.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing.
गाड़ी थोड़ी वो मिले, पक्षी मिले, पक्षी बनूं। घोड़ा 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 घोड़ा। और अब तक कितना वेस्ट किया? वेस्टेज कितना किया अब तक? क्या बात कर रहा है?
Let's dance. फायदा ही नहीं ना, ये अपने हर बार लैंड हो सकते हैं, ये मैंने किया। Let the show begin.
Don't be such a brute.
Go, Barbara, go! needs assistance.
मजा दिया हल्का क्या मंत्र बनेगा रे तू अबे अंतर है इसमें टाइटल के सबसे पहले
La 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 la. Booba, get them!
You, he, surrender and be gentle.
Hi, huh. Huh. Yeah. Hi, huh, huh. Huh. Hi, huh. Huh.
You,
Hey, yeah.
he, ha, yeah.
Jules for Leland.
You gotta
Come
try
take a
Dawn
look.
Winery's Dandelion Wine. Anything the night
मर गया या जिंदा भी मर गया होता तो चिल्ला रहा था अरे मार दो अरे मैं क्या गड़बड़ कर रहा हूँ अब उनको पकड़ पकड़ के मारेगा तो चिल्लाएं भी ना वो अब उनको पता नहीं ना कि तू भाई हरकतें कर रहा है उनके पीठ पीछे अभी ना एक करैक्टर है मुझे वो मारने जाना है बड़ा दिमाग खराब एरिया ओपन किया, पर अभी तक मैंने कुछ अपग्रेड नहीं किया। कैरेक्टर भी मेरा ऐसे नॉर्मली पड़ा बेचारा, मर जाता बार बार। कोई भी मेरे पास कैरेक्टर भी कुछ ऐसा नहीं है ना जिसका कुछ मेरे पास हीलर नहीं है कोई ढंग का। एक है बहुत स्लो है इसकी हीलिंग, तो मैं बार बार मर जाता हूँ। चलो अब देखते हैं कैसा मार खाता है वो। गेंशिन स्टार्टिंग तो बहुत बोरिंग अवेंजर्स टाइप के पार्टी लेवल 47 चाहिए यार। अभी मैं एक बंदे का देखा था उसका नहीं, कोई भी नहीं यहाँ पे हम तो ना अकेले हैं। इनवाइट कर लेना उसको, इनवाइट कर ले, रोल दे दे उसको। चलो इसी से ट्राई करते हैं।
Wow! This is the Golden House? It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Tivat's Mora is minted, right? In that case... Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true.
बस सांस चलती रहनी चाहिए।
Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened here?
अभी तूने न्यूज़ सुनी थी? अभी न्यूज़ पेपर में भी आया था। बंदी ने उसका रखा था
Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way.
अरे ये नया dungeon आया,
Although
बहुत
I'm
dungeon है।
deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the more immense...
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled.
अच्छा लगता है।
She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blood. The time for discussion and diplomacy is already... Either way, we now come to my favorite part, the battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You when Signora offended deities outside the cathedral in instead of confronting you directly, when she faces a worthy... But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play it. Besides, you could never defeat... Fighting talk, I love it! This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
You're in for a little shock.
You're wide open.
Nice and spicy!
How unbecoming. Poor timing. So quick to flee. Passable effort. Poor timing. Try this.
I must leave no stone unturned. Gooba, get them! Race you! Let's dance. Oh
Come a little closer.
no! Nice and spicy!
Celestial Voyager. You've made some progress.
Gooba, get them!
Guess I should take you more seriously. Good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger. Got you. Raging Tide!
Out of the frying pan, into the
Back
fire!
there. All you do is run.
Gooba, get them!
ओ चाइल्ड मार दिया भाई मैंने पहली बार।
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive.
यार बंदे का नाम चाइल्ड है।
But that's about as far as you'll get.
अरे यार मैं
Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
रिकॉर्ड कर ले
You were just playing us to get close to the
और
Exuvia!
टच दबा दे।
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected! Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now! Huh? I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Not bad. But this is going to cost you! Yeah!
Let's dance. Oh,
You got to the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. Hand the Gnosis over, now! Don't make me take it from you!
we didn't take it. I'll protect us.
Come a little close.
I'll catch up. I missed a spot. Let's dance.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Die here.
Eat this! Right, Pip? Let the show begin.
You're in. My. Don't be such a brute. You're in for a little shock.
Someone...
Some you win, and some you lose.
ओ बिना किसी से मार दिया भाई साहब कुछ नहीं किया मैंने
Look! Child's back to normal again!
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity.
हाँ, क्योंकि
This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osile, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in the
अदरवाइज
world now
वो
overseen by
ये
the
इशू होगा कि
Seven?
उस पर पिक्सल पिक्सल नजर आते हैं.
Simple. I've already
अच्छा
prepared the
साउंड
means
अच्छा
to
ओके
awaken
यही
it.
इशू था. तो स्ट्रीम पे ये इशू हो रहा था. उनको लग रहा था कि मैं बोल नहीं रहा हूँ जबकि मैं बात कर रहा था.
Members now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time
मुझे भी
should be
अपनी
no
हेल्थ इंक्रीज करनी है.
obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand,
डिस्कॉर्ड
but
पे
you
भी कर
as
सकता हूँ ना,
well,
कोई इशू नहीं है. मेरी
that makes
बैंडविड्थ काफी
matters a
अच्छी है.
little
डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ
more
जाओ.
intriguing.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे और भी लोग बैठे हैं. हाँ वैसे मैं डिस्कॉर्ड पर ऑनलाइन रहता हूँ पर वो स्ट्रीम नहीं करता. फ्रेंड्स के साथ बैठ रहता हूँ ना. पर जो YouTube की स्ट्रीम है ना उसकी क्वालिटी बेटर
Let's
होती है
see.
rather than
Will the
Discord की
nation that
quality.
has
Discord
lost its
उसको
deity
capture
be
करता है,
swallowed
मैं
up by an
night vision
ancient
नहीं करता.
malice once more?
तो 720 पे
If you
दिखेगा
wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
बस ये है कि जो मैं प्ले कर रहा हूँ उसी टाइम दिख जाएगा. लेटेंसी की दिक्कत होगी.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
हाँ पता है. एक सेकंड में Discord पर करता हूँ. Discord पे check करता हूँ. ओ भाई ये क्या चीज है?
Exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade
इनकी तो
Chamber?
लड़ाई चल रही थी आपस
Paimon
में.
thought you were arguing with the Chising. Is the
हाँ.
fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this overlord of the vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing?
रिजल्ट आज
Now that's scary.
अच्छा तो कौन है GOT पता लगा या अभी रात को आएगा
So the power of the Genshing, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be
हाँ
enough
तो
to
तू अब
stop
उनको
that
देखना है
god?
जो एस्टेब्लिश डेवलपर के
We've
गेम का
already
सीन क्या हो रहा है
discussed
तू
this
अपना
together,
बेथेस्डा
and
को देख ले
our
स्टारफील्ड
conclusion
क्या
is
हक दिया उन्होंने
Not
बंजी को देख ले
necessarily.
डेस्टिनी पे क्या हक रखा उन्होंने
But all of you were supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
अरे तूने वो देखा डिलीवर अस मार्स जो अभी उस पे
The
एपिक गेम्स पर
Genshing
फ्री आई
did
थी
once
इंडी गेम है
research the
सिंगल
matter of the
डेवलपर ने डेवलप किया
Guizhong
भाई क्या
ballista
ऑसम
when
गेम
it
है
piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti
अरे कंग
that
फू
we
पांडा
should be
देखी तूने
thankful for. So be it.
अबे
We shall
किसका
use the
मेरा
upgraded Guizhong ballista to fight off that god.
तो उसके अंदर एक मोर
All
होता
the
है ना
Adepti
फाइटर होता
here
है
can lend their strength to man it.
इसमें है वो
We haven't a moment to spare. Our
हाँ
battle
हाँ
begins
उसमें विलन है इसमें
now.
हीरो है और गॉड है इसमें
Yep.
सिर्फ आवाज कटनी चाहिए वो जो मर्जी कट जाए सिर्फ आवाज कटनी चाहिए वो नहीं कटनी
The Fatui! They're attacking the Guizhong ballista!
पंडोरी नहीं तो हो गए ना पंडोरा के रहने वाले ये भाई हाँ मुझे लग रहा है तगड़ी लड़ाई होने वाली है अच्छा तो मुझे इसे डिफेंड करना होगा वो लोग इसको डिस्ट्रॉय करने आ रहे हैं मुझे इसे डिफेंड करना होगा अकेले को
The three Adepti
ये
are
बात
manning the Guizhong ballista. Do not
हाँ
let the
दोस्त
Fatui
हैं
disturb their
स्ट्रीम
work.
पे आ जाए तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ जाए ना डिस्कॉर्ड पे मैं डिस्कॉर्ड पे स्ट्रीम कर दी है
Let's go up too!
तो डिस्कॉर्ड
We
पे ज्वाइन कर
Adepti
सकते
have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you. One wishes to witness.
We've only just begun. It isn't time for a break yet.
Come a little closer.
Boba, get them!
Looks like I
कितना बजे आएगा फिर
Not too far.
कौन सी नहीं तो कोई गेम सारी वॉइस कैप कर रखी है सिर्फ मेरी वॉइस स्ट्रीम पे जाती है किसी और की वॉइस स्ट्रीम पे जाती है तूने जो बताया सेम वही मेथड यूज कर रहा हूँ
That is Osial's divine power. I am
ट्रेवर क्या
familiar with it. Be careful not to
ट्रेवर
get
स्काइज
hit.
नहीं ओके किस टाइप की है?
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
अच्छा ओके
As a good knight should. Oh, the ancient gods attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't look!
Not breaking a sweat.
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
It isn't time for a fight yet.
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is depth energy! That light from your body, it's like the tiny giant curse! Wow! It's Madam Pig's shockwave!
तो परमानेंट हवा
This grid is really strong!
Looks like
Nice spice! You're tight!
Disgusting.
Racing!
अच्छा
Racing! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Let's dance!
I guess this is
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
So this is what Ganya's like in a fight!
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast!
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
ओके तो इसमें आइडेंटिफिकेशन होगी मतलब रिटर्न करना पड़ेगा अच्छा
Come on! We can do it!
this should be fun.
Come a little closer. Let's spark things up a little.
Let's move.
Bubba, get them!
Exercise caution. I fear that the god's power has reached its peak. In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come.
ये मिशन मजेदार है भाई मजेदार अलग अलग का इंटेंसिटी है और पर अच्छी इंटेंसिटी है ये हाँ अगेंस्ट नहीं है और ये गॉड के अगेंस्ट डेमीगॉड ये है सामने गॉड उसको मार रहे हैं सारे डेमीगॉड ये डेमीगॉड अपने अलग अलग क्लान के आपस में लड़ते रहते थे पर इसे मारने के लिए आज इकट्ठे हो चुके हैं इसको डैमेज क्या मत कर रहा है भाई 2 तोड़ में बंदा मार दिया
Someone needs assistance!
हाँ वेपन का जैसे सर के मेरे पास वेपन है मुझे खेलना है तो एस पर मेरे को 5 इकट्ठे करने पड़ेंगे और उस वेपन सेम वेपन को सेम वेपन में इन्फ्यूज करना पड़ेगा उसकी पावर को रिफाइन करने के लिए हाँ ये
I'll catch up! Someone needs assistance! As a good knight should!
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
इमरजेंसी फूड है वो पाइमन जो है इमरजेंसी फूड है अरे जो आग वाली पायरो कैरेक्टर में खेल रहा हूँ ना, तो जब वो पहली बार मिलती है ना और वो पाइमन को देखते हैं, बोलते हैं तो मेरे कैरेक्टर के पास ऑप्शन होता है मना करने के लिए और बोलने के लिए हाँ खा लो, तो मैंने वो चूज किया कि हाँ खा सकते हैं तो वो चलाती है emergency food.
The Guizhong ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
ये उसके ऊपर गिरेगा, पक्का इसके ऊपर गिराएगी ये, पक्का यही होगा, कुचल के मारेगी इसको।
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend.
ये सारी पावर यूज करेंगे अपनी और इसको उड़ा के इसके ऊपर जोर से गिराएंगे, मुझे ये लग रहा है। मैप मैं क्या बताऊं, मुझे नहीं बताना अब एक मिनट पहले इनकी ये खत्म होने दे। ओके पता है ये 5-6 दिन मैंने लगातार ट्राई किया था इसको चाइल्ड को मारने के लिए, भाई बार-बार मार देता था मुझे।
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here.
Surely
you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words.
I've
heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Easy.
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations.
वो है एरिया है एक एरिया है इसमें ये जैसे यूरोपियन है, एक चाइनीज है, एक जापानीज है और एक रशियन टाइप का है। ये मतलब जो वाइकिंग वाला एरिया था ना, रशिया और उसका स्कैंडिनेविया का उस टाइप का एरिया है।
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all
इतना
those
इसमें
years
देखा
ago.
बैकग्राउंड इसका स्टैटिक
Do
नहीं है,
not
इसके
merely
बैकग्राउंड में
cast your
मूवमेंट होती
protective
रहती है, हवा
gaze
चल
upon
रही
the
है आ रही है,
land.
तो प्रोसेस
Instead,
बहुत यूज होता है
focus your
इसमें।
sights on our
इस पे
city
जीपीयू
and
पे लोड
each
नहीं
of the
पड़ रहा, जीपीयू
citizens
मेरा
that dwell
40%
within
समथिंग
it.
होगा, सीपीयू जा रहा
Are
होगा
you
इस पे
questioning our means of
80
protecting
70%
Liyue?
सीपीयू जा रहा होगा।
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see
Ryzen 5
Liyue in a new
5600G
light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning,
मैं 2K गेमिंग कर
Rex
सकता हूँ
Lapis appeared to me
5600G पे
in a
2K
dream.
गेमिंग करता था, मेरा मॉनिटर टूट गया ना 2K वाला, अदरवाइज मैं 2K ही गेमिंग कर
In
रहा
the
था
dream,
3-4 महीने तक।
I yearned to tell him that we Qixing,
मैं चेयर पे बैठ रहा था
mortal,
और टेबल थोड़ी
are
नज हो
equally
गई और
bound
वो
to the
गिर गया टेबल उस पर चेयर पे,
each passing
तो
generation
उसका
of the
जो
Qixing leaves
कांच वाला
many
होता है ना
things of
जिसमें
value
डिस्प्ले
to
आता है
be
वो टूट गया।
inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying
अरे
to
नहीं,
say,
कहने का मतलब
Outlander?
है कि कुछ एरिया में ना कोई भी डिलीवरी वाले बंदे हो सही से डिलीवर नहीं होता है, ऐसा है, बहुत सी जगह ऐसा होता है। Market.
That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the four winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought
Oh,
to
bhai,
quell the
400
strife
kilometers.
between the two sides because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millilith. I have come to extend my thanks
देख
to
जो तो
the
कहना एक बार में कभी भी
I
पीसी
thought this battle
कोई भी
would
पीसी
perhaps
सिंगल
be
रन
my
में नहीं बनता,
last.
सिंगल
But thanks to
सिंगल
the aid of
अटैम्प्ट
the
में जो बंदा पीसी
Adepti,
बनाता है ना
our
वो
forces
वो
were not as
बनाता है
badly
जिसकी
battered as
मंथली
I feared we
सैलरी
might be.
जैसे तू है
Although
जॉब
I
वगैरह
am a
करता है बंदा,
mere
अगर तेरी
mortal
मंथली
soldier,
सैलरी 1 लाख
I
के ऊपर आ रही है वो
promise
बंदे
to
एक बार
hold
में
the
पीसी
line
बनाते
and
हैं,
never betray the
अदरवाइज
grace
बंदे
given
क्या
to
करते
us
हैं
by the
सिर्फ
illuminated
बेस पे
Adepti
फोकस
this
करते हैं,
day.
मदरबोर्ड प्रोसेसर रैम, उसके बाद जीपीयू बाकी सब चीजें धीरे धीरे करके अपग्रेड करते हैं।
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened,
मैं
dear?
बताऊं,
It was quite the predicament.
Ryzen 7 ले ले, Ryzen 7
afraid.
5600
All
समथिंग
the
ले ले,
strong Millilith
मैं वही
guards
लेने
were
वाला हूँ,
there,
सिर्फ प्रोसेसर
and
चेंज
those
करूंगा,
powerful
मेरी
heroes
पीसी
with
बिल्ड
their
हो जाएगी हाई
visions
एंड
were there.
एक्टिविटी के लिए।
Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor.
अबे तो अगर इसका
Please
Ryzen
come visit
9
us
लेने
for
का
the
बजट है
next
तो फिर इसने
lantern
दिमाग
ride.
क्यों खा रहा है? ये AMD वाले को बोल बंदा घर पे आके सेट करके जाएगा।
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be
सारे
able to
1 लाख रुपए का तो
participate
प्रोसेसर है वो।
Huh?
because we are Adepti.
तो अपना बजट बना कि मेरा इतना बजट है, मैं इनिशियली इतना लगा सकता हूँ, तो उसके बाद हम बिल्ड बताते हैं, तो वो बिल्ड क्रिएट कर ले। मैं बता रहा हूँ Ryzen 5 पे कर ले, Ryzen 5
This is what
5700X ले ले।
Liyue is like today. The country of
5700X
contracts is
बहुत awesome है
grateful to the Adepti for their
PCI वर्जन
protection.
4 है इसमें,
But
मतलब
it
कि
is
जितने
no
भी नए कार्ड आ
longer
रहे हैं ना
necessary
4070
for the
वगैरह
city to
4090 वगैरह
rely
सब
on
काम
the
करेंगे विदाउट एनी
Adepti's
बोटलनेक।
power to solve every little
और ये सस्ता
niggly
कार्ड है,
matter.
मतलब सस्ता वो है, क्या बोलते
Although their
हैं
blood
प्रोसेसर
is weak,
प्रोसेसर तेरा 20 के
there
आसपास
is
का ओनली।
still strength to be found in
और अगर
those
तू
we call
मार्केट में जा
mortals.
सकता है तो तेरे को
The
17
time of
से
contracts
17 के
between
आसपास पड़
gods
जाएगा।
and Liyue
2022
has long
पड़ेगा तेरे को
since
अमेजन पे,
passed.
अगर लोकल
Now
मार्केट पे
is
जाएगा
the
17000
time
के
of
आसपास मिल जाएगा नया
contracts between
प्रोसेसर
Liyue and
5700X।
its people.
और
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard
क्या
not
बोलते हैं
to
इसके
feel
साथ
a
मदरबोर्ड
bit out of place.
B550, कोई भी
Wouldn't you
B550
say
लगेगा
so,
वो लगा लो।
Cloud Retainer?
और इन
Your line of inquiry is askew.
हाँ
One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
अरे उसके बाद तेरा ये ATI के XT जितने भी हैं ओके और अच्छे कार्ड हैं एक्चुअल में।
Conqueror of demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Chising will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh? Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god, so he could
जो तेरा ये है ना मार्केट में नया कोई नहीं आएगा और अगले 5-10 साल तक तू अगर खराब भी हो गया तो वो तेरा रिप्लेसमेंट देंगे। सपोज करके उनके पास इन्वेंट्री में नहीं पड़ा है और तेरा अंडर वारंटी है तो वो उस रेंज का जो भी नेक्स्ट कार्ड है वो दे देंगे तुझे। जब मेरा 2060 खराब हो गया था ना तो उन्होंने मेरे को 2060S दे दिया था।
But isn't the strongest league we have the Adepti-less rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone.
एक सेकंड हाँ जो 3060 है ना 3060 मोस्टली गेम्स तेरा 2K पे चला देगा अबव 100 FPS मोस्टली। मतलब जो तेरी ऐसी गेम है ना जैसे तू ये खेल रहा है ब्रेक पॉइंट वगैरह इस टाइप की गेम खेलेगा जो सोलो खेलने वाली गेम है वो सारी गेम तू खेल सकता है उस पर 2K पर अच्छे से विदाउट एनी स्टटर लैग ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा उस पर। और जो अगर PvP के लिए जाना चाहता है तो फिर उसमें स्लाइटली प्रॉब्लम होगी, वो तेरे को 1080 पे करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उसमें तेरे को 150 प्लस कांस्टेंट चाहिए होंगे। 2K में खेलेगा तो तू अगर जैसे मैं जो सबसे टफेस्ट हाईएस्ट गेम खेली है मैंने वो रेड डेड रिडेम्पशन है, वो मैं 2K पे खेलता था। 2K पे भी वो मेरे 90 FPS कांस्टेंट आते थे और मैं 3060 Ti की बात कर रहा हूँ जिसका VRAM बहुत कम है और 3060 की VRAM 12GB है, मतलब उसमें दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। हाँ जैसे मिराज मैंने खेली है, जब मैं खेलता हूँ ना मिराज मेरा 1080 पे 100 प्लस FPS आते हैं कांस्टेंट, मतलब उसमें नीचे नहीं जाते। और ये मैं लोएस्ट बता रहा हूँ, हाईएस्ट नहीं बता रहा। तो ये तुम बड़े इजी मस्त खेल सकते हो, इससे ऊपर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है 3060 से। तो मैं यही कह रहा हूँ Ryzen 5 5700X ले ले और उसका चीपेस्ट बिल्ड बना ले और उसको 3060 पेयर कर ले और जब तक तेरे पास पैसे हो जाए। हाँ Ryzen 7 57 लगाना चाहता है तो वो तेरा 25 तक जाएगा। Ryzen 5 लगाएगा वो तेरा अंडर 15-20 हो जाएगा, मतलब 8-9 हज़ार का फर्क पड़ेगा Ryzen 7 Ryzen 5 में। और जब पैसे हो जाए तो तू 40, 90, 40, 70 सेम बिल्ड पे लगा सकता है, कोई बोटलनेक नहीं होगा क्योंकि ये PCI 4 है। नहीं, मदरबोर्ड चेंज नहीं होगा। तो फिर हाँ 650 ले सकता है स्टार्टिंग में मदरबोर्ड, उसमें तो 3000 का ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वो होगा क्या। तो 550 में है ना। हाँ 550 मतलब 650 एडवांस लेवल का है ना, तो हाई एंड गेमिंग में मैं मिड हाई टियर के लिए 550 पे जा सकता है। 550 की तरह ऑडियो भी बहुत अच्छा, मतलब ऑडियो कोडेक बहुत अच्छे मिलते हैं, डिस्प्ले ऑन बोर्ड डिस्प्ले भी अच्छा मिलता है। जस्ट इन केस अगर तो ड्यूक नहीं चलेगा ना तो वल्कन पे खेल सकता है स्टार्टिंग में। हाँ तो PS तेरे को 750 वाट का ले ले, 750 वाट उस पर जाने की जरूरत नहीं। MSI एसरॉक गीगाबाइट वैसे इग्नोर करिए, MSI एसरॉक ये दोनों ले सकते हैं।
You call this cooperation between harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the Harbingers?
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching Hell.
No, don't let her get to you. You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements, and our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle. So it might be best to keep things peaceful this time, seeing that 2 of the Harbingers are here.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that.
50
Sure,
series
I
जो है
may
ना,
have misled you, but I
50
never
lower
had
end जाता है,
anything against
600
you
ज़्यादा
personally.
होगा।
Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end.
अरे
Nothing
550
personal. We just
से greater
have
है,
different
620 या
views,
lower
that's
है।
all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senor
अरे तो
and
रोय
Zhongli.
रोय
Curse
बता
them
देगा,
for
देख
leading
रोय
me
दिखा रहा है ना वो
on.
देख।
So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now...
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
How sanctimonious.
What? So you're the Lord of Geo? No, wait! That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and all of uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Genshing to play their roles together on the stage that was
डबल फोन का
Liyue.
लेना चाहता, डुअल फैन ले ले, मस्त काम करता है.
That's right.
उसका ये भी है, नॉइज ज़्यादा नहीं करता है, क्योंकि जो ट्रिपल फैन होता है उसमें फैन बड़ा होता है, रेडिएटर बड़ा होता है, बहुत नॉइज करता है वो.
Ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
तो फिर तू ये कर भी सकता है कि तू लगातार 2K पे खेल 4K पे कोई इशू नहीं है, लेकिन तेरे को हर एक साल बाद, 1.5 साल बाद थर्मल पेस्ट चेंज करना होगा. टाइम टू टाइम तेरे को पीसी क्लीन करना पड़ेगा, कोई डर्ट वगैरह होगी उसे क्लीन करेगा तो तेरा पीसी कूल रहेगा. मतलब तेरा टेम्परेचर अंडर 70 रहना चाहिए हर हालत में. अगर अंडर 70 है तो तू जो मर्जी करना चाहता कर ले. जैसे वो 80 टच करने लगे, पीसी खोल, साफ कर उसको और पेस्ट वगैरह चेंज कर, ये करना पड़ेगा.
Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Genshing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue as divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all.
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark.
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If
रैम
you
लेगा ना
hadn't
32
created
GB
the
लियो,
pressure of
स्टार्टिंग
the
में 16
battle
GB की
between
सिंगल स्टिक ले लियो,
mortals,
और
Adepti,
कुछ
and
टाइम
the
बाद
god,
सिंगल
the
स्टिक
lump
दोबारा
of
से ले लियो,
coal resting in the
16 GB
hands
की
of the
32 हो जाएगा,
Geo-Archon,
डुअल चैनल की.
Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Hey, haven't you learned the Liyue saying, don't always call it as you see it?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Ah, fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
that single लगा 32 का और क्या?
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
Someone needs assistance.
Zibronix मतलब satisfactory quality होती है, बहुत awesome quality होती है उसकी. पैसे के according बहुत सही होती है, मतलब stable होती है. ये नहीं कि अगर सस्ता है तो बहुत ही बेकार होता है, ऐसा नहीं है. Quality एकदम बढ़िया है.
I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance.
So, are you buying or not?
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious.
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time. Oh, well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit.
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very
Shh! Lower your voice.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes.
मुझे दे दो एक बना के एक मुझे बना दो मेरे को 4090 दे दो यार एक गिफ्ट कर दो यार एक
Say,
एक 4090 गिफ्ट कर दो बाकी तो मैं खुद खर्चा कर लूंगा उसके ऊपर जो फायदा लगेगा अलग से
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's...
जो आजकल नई गेम आ रही है ना वो DLS आ रही है तो बेटर ही होगा
I'll catch up.
Hear ye all, the Chising's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Chising's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Chising already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look.
हाँ 5700x.
Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young. The Liyue Chising always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa!
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made. I believe that future generations will say so too when our deeds come up for their review.
As for the mortals and Adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, इसलिए तो एक्स बोला है क्योंकि तेरे पास ऑलरेडी जीपीयू है तो एपीयू की नीड नहीं होगी तुझे।
And to think I'd put my best
और
perfume
कहने की
on
बात है कि
before
डिस्प्ले नहीं आता,
coming here,
डिस्प्ले आता है,
thinking
बस
you'd
तुम
like
3D
it.
वर्क नहीं कर पाओगे।
But it seems as if those
PC वगैरह सब
perfumes
चलते हैं।
really were meant to
ऐसे
be
नहीं कि ब्लैक
offered
स्क्रीन
to
रहेगा।
Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine. Suffer no
हाँ चल
rivals
जाते
in
हैं।
love, they say.
8600 के है,
Gone in one
i5
stroke.
8600 के, उसके लिए भी डेडिकेटेड जीपीयू रिकमेंडेड है और मैं उस पर मतलब गेम कर चुका हूँ क्योंकि उस पर डिस्प्ले तो आता है लेकिन वैसा डिस्प्ले नहीं आता कि तुम वीडियो एडिटिंग कर सको या कुछ ऐसा। मूवी वगैरह चल जाएगी, कुछ ऐसे दिखेगी, थोड़ी नॉट वेरी गुड बट एक्सेप्टेबल क्वालिटी होती है।
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Xinyue kiosk.
That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinyue kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do like the Mora.
जो 5800X है ना, वो तरफ 550 पे नहीं चलेगा, वो तरफ 657 समथिंग पे जाएगा वो।
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora.
550 पे, पर वो
But
तो
since I have
अच्छा हाँ,
chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
कोर स्पीड पे मत जा, वो देख
Oh, no
कितने कोरस
wonder.
पे।
Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to.
कितने लेवल है? 2 लेवल, 3 लेवल।
Since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to,
3 लेवल होना
you
चाहिए।
had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
और दूसरा उसका देख कोर
Well,
देख
we
कितने
were
कोर है।
only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight,
वो कितने इसके
as
कोर्स
well
कितने
as
हैं?
positions,
12 कोर
roles,
है, 8
and
कोर।
lives.
8 कोर?
The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he
मैं
descended to be
अपना
with his
अपग्रेड
people.
करूँगा 5700X या 5800X
I must thank you for that.
प्रोसेसर लूँगा।
I will treasure
7
the
पे।
memories that I made as
क्योंकि मैं
Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end.
5600G जो है ना,
No
ऐसा लगता
meetings
है
without
कि
partings.
बॉटल नेक कर रहा है मेरे कार्ड को क्योंकि ये मेरा मदरबोर्ड है PCI जनरेशन 4 और मेरा जो ये है
I fear that
प्रोसेसर है PCI
continuing
जनरेशन
your
3
journey
का है।
may be
तो
difficult.
PCI जनरेशन 3
The
उससे
nation that neighbors Liyue by sea
1.5%
in
वो
Azuma
है,
is
मतलब
presently
टाइम
closed.
स्लो है।
Yes, The nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
तो 32 कोई भी Ryzen प्रोसेसर लेगा 3200 मेगाहर्ट्ज से ऊपर की 2 रैम लेगा ना या 3600 3400 तो बिना मतलब के पैसे दे रहा है क्योंकि वो कैप है 3200 मेगाहर्ट्ज पे इससे ऊपर जाएगा तो तेरे को थ्रेडरिपर या वो लेना पड़ेंगे Ryzen 9 Ryzen 9 से ऊपर नीचे कोई नहीं जो 3200 से ऊपर जाएगा हाँ वो तेरा यूज ही नहीं होगा.
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
4600
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Anemo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just going to disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo Archon's power.
We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
XMP बोलते हैं ना.
I have gathered
मैं
everyone
AMD
here
का ही use
today
कर
to
रहा हूँ.
make an
बोर्ड ये
important
क्या बोलते हैं?
announcement.
प्रोसेसर इसमें
Perhaps some of
XMP
you will
है.
have heard the news already. I am, in fact, planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber.
Rebuild the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project!
So the rumors are true. No wonder the price of building materials has gone up so much lately.
The Jade Chamber means a lot to Lady Ningguang. Getting involved in this would be a huge opportunity.
Lady Ningguang, is there any way we can be of service?
Patience. Since the news made it out a few days ago, I have already had many people contacting me to declare an interest in joining the project. Nevertheless, I do have a few matters I should like to entrust to you here today. The building site has been chosen, and most of the materials have been assembled. 3 key items are, however, still outstanding. They are as follows: Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils.
Excuse my ignorance, Lady Ningguang. I'm familiar enough with Plostrite, but I've never even heard of those other two.
Only sufficiently large pieces of Plostrite, or specifically Vermilionite, may earn themselves the Sunset moniker. This stone is what allows the Jade Chamber to float. Wonder Cores, meanwhile, are the central components of the mechanical structure of the Jade Chamber. Adepti Sigils serve as a means of integrating the mechanical devices with Adepti art. They are as indispensable as the mechanical core itself. Although these 3 items are rare, I trust that with your connections and capabilities, procuring them will not be a question of if, but of when. I take the saying, time is money, more seriously than most. Efficiency is everything. I will pay a generous price for the materials that you find, and in addition, the first 3 people who collect all the materials will have the opportunity to ask me a question. You may ask me anything, and I will give you an honest answer. I trust that this means of compensation will be to everyone's satisfaction.
These things won't be easy to get hold of. But if it means a chance to get some inside information on Liyue Harbor's development plan for next year,
then it's the deal of a lifetime. Information from Lady Ningguang is priceless. Whoever gets to it first takes the market.
Haha, what a coincidence! I won't divulge too much, but I heard some murmurings about some Plostrite just the other day. So excuse me all, but I have some business to do.
No. We better move quickly, or this opportunity will be snatched away from us.
Ningguang's rebuilding the Jade Chamber? This is a huge deal! Let's get involved!
So you heard my announcement, did you? What do you think? Interested? Yes. Providing the question pertains to something I am knowledgeable about.
Really? Ooh, then Paimon will ask you about how to run a business! Then we'll never be short of Mora ever again.
Of course. But how much information I share with you will depend on your performance. The construction of the Jade Chamber requires a great deal of space. The abandoned mine outside the Golden House has been selected as the building site. Once you have collected the materials, please take them there. I have other business to attend to now. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you to the site in person. When you do arrive, please seek out my secretary. Remember, this is a race against the clock. A rare opportunity presents itself to you. Do not let somebody else snatch it from your grasp.
Ningguang seems super busy. Come on, we'd better get going. First, we gotta get out of Eugene Terrace. Huh? Look! It seems like there's something kind of fishy going on over there.
Ma'am, you seem like an eminent and distinguished young lady to me. I can see that you're easily gonna win this procurement contest Lady Dingguang has set up. As it happens, we have some information about the materials that I really think might interest you. Come on, let's find somewhere a little more private, and we can get down to brass tacks.
No, I don't need it.
Don't be like that. Hey, come on, don't go! Why don't you stand there after her? Oh, right, yeah.
Did you hear that? They said they had some useful information! Information's just what we need right now. Let's follow them and see what we can find out.
Children, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do, especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glaze lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glaze lilies, and, if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is Smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the Adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yen Fei, I believe you've already heard of the Traveler and her traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui. Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Genshing. What a shame. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yenfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus jadeite. I couldn't find any at all.
Is that so? But Smaragdus jadeite is really rather essential. Yenfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement. Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Crossel. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some. Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her. They're not here. Let's keep looking.
Well, will you look at that, ma'am? Nowhere left to run. Don't worry, we're not bad guys. You give us some mora, we give you a little info. Everybody's a winner.
Boss, I got a bad feeling about this. Look at her, the white hair, the energy she gives off. I'm telling you, there's something different about her.
So what? She's loaded. How are we ever going to repay those gambling debts if we just let money walk away from us, huh?
I've already told you, I don't need your information. If you still can't grasp that, I'm happy to repeat it in a way that won't be so easy to forget.
Come on, ma'am. You seem like an intelligent lady. I shouldn't have to spell this out to you. It's not about whether you need the info or not, okay? It's about you taking out your money and handing it over and nobody getting hurt.
I won't...
No more excuses! Okay, I know you have money. I saw you. Yeah, I saw you. Strolling into Leo Lee Pavilion, ordering a table full of food, and only taking a few bites. Then Shinyue Kiosk, then Wanmin Restaurant. Same story each time. You order all the signature dishes, take a few bites, then you're on your way again. How could you afford to be so wasteful if you weren't from a rich family? And since you're so rich, what's the loss to you in giving us a little spare change, huh?
Master warned me not to lay a hand on anyone in Liyue Harbor. But here we are. Perhaps... yes. Let's call it fate.
Boss, I'm telling you, something's not right.
What are you afraid of? We're just selling information. It's not illegal. If she lays a finger on us, all the better. We'll sue her for everything she's worth.
Oh, you again.
The Millilith? What are the Millilith doing here? Did you do this? You ought to mind your own business, I swear!
Silence! How dare you threaten innocent civilians? You're coming with us.
No, don't be angry, sir. Please, let me explain.
Shenhe.
Shenhe?
My name.
Oh, so your name's Shenhe. Paimon's name is, well, Paimon. And this is Paimon's travel buddy.
Oh, I've heard about you two before. Thank you for helping to defuse the situation. I could have dealt with it myself, though. I suspect smashing his head against the ground a handful of times is all it would have taken to get him to surrender.
You can't do that. That's way too violent. This is Liyue Harbor. There are laws against that kind of stuff, you know.
Laws? No, apparently not.
Really? So how exactly have you...
That would be my stomach growling. I haven't eaten enough.
She's so honest. Wait, that's right! They said you went around all the restaurants ordering this and that and the other, but only took a small bite of each dish. Then of course you're still hungry. So, anything in particular you're hungry for?
Chingson, glaze lily, violet grass. These are my usuals. Medicinal herbs?
Kinda hard to explain. Anyway, Booba Pharmacy's not far away. Let's take Shenhe there for a big medicinal meal. After all, you can't work on an empty stomach. Psst. Do you think Shenhe might be an adeptus? It seems like it's her first time in Liyue Harbor, and she doesn't seem to get how things...
Are you here to buy some herbs? I do hope you brought your prescription.
Chingson, glaze lily, and violet grass, please. Half a pound of each.
What kind of prescription is this? Sounds more like a lunch order. Oh, here you go. That's everything we have in stock.
Thank you.
She's really eating them!
My hunger has now abated. Thank you. Rather awful. Though they were not completely devoid of sweet fragrance. After consuming a large quantity of them, bitterness is all that remains.
So, how come you chow down on these and barely touch the restaurant food? If Paimon had enough Mora, Paimon would go to the fanciest restaurant in town and order a whole table of food and eat it all in one go.
Because I'm not sure whether I will remain here in the future. The food of the mortal realm is most delicious, but should I return to the mountains, yearning for the food here shall only pose an obstacle to my continued spiritual development. Sampling each dish in order to appreciate its taste is enough.
Return to the mountains! That proves it! Paimon knew she was an adeptus!
Enough about me. What are your plans from here?
Oh, right! Paimon almost forgot! We came out to take part in the Rebuild the Jade Chamber competition! And now we're probably super behind because we've been held up for so long.
I see. I heard something about the contest when I was passing by.
Yep! You get to ask Ningguang any question you want if you win! Were you interested in the contest too, Shenhe?
I came for the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber, but until this point I had no intention of joining a contest. However, you have shown me your kindness, and I would now like to lend you my assistance. Oh, don't worry. I ask for nothing in return.
Wow! You really don't have to. But having an Adeptus help out will make things a whole lot easier, so...
Then let's not delay. I have a plan.
Great! Paimon bets this is gonna be the awesomest plan ever!
I am not sure whether or to what extent this plan can be classified as awesome. I do, however, believe it will be highly effective. We simply need to dispose of everyone who is currently ahead of us. Then, we alone shall become the victors.
Veto! That is not acceptable! Not by a long shot!
Really? But I hear that competition is in essence about conflict and one-upmanship.
Look, we want to win this competition fair and square, okay? Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils. Let's start at the top of the list and work down. So, for Plustrite...
I was wondering who I could hear arguing over there. So, it's you.
Baishu? What are you doing out here?
Lady Ningguang wishes to purchase a large batch of wound dressing. We're running low at the store, so I came out to fetch the ingredients personally.
Huh? How come Lady Ningguang needs so much wound dressing all of a sudden?
I'm not too sure. I did hear she's looking to rebuild the Jade Chamber. Maybe for its first aid on site? I didn't ask, though. Far be it from me to pry into my customers' personal affairs. Oh, and she also borrowed Chi-Chi. Meaning Boo Boo Pharmacy is very short-handed right now. I don't suppose any of you are looking for part-time work by any chance?
No, we've got other stuff to do. While you're here though, you seem to know a lot. Have you ever heard of something called Sunset Vermilionite?
Ah, the variety of plostrite used in the Jade Chamber, yes? There is some mention of it in the Seven Mountain Treatises. When activated, Sunset Vermilionite rises up all the way into the clouds. It's very rare indeed. As far as the records show, virtually all Sunset Vermilionite in existence has been mined and taken possession of. But the Feiyun Commerce Guild would know far more about this than I do.
Okay then, let's go ask at the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Thanks, Baiju.
You're quite welcome. Good luck to you all. And if there's anything further you need from me, just come to the Boo Boo Pharmacy.
Master Xingqiu, thank goodness you're finally back.
Oh? Why do I detect an urgency in your voice?
The guild has had a whole string of strange orders in recently. Everyone's been completely caught off guard. Your father gave me specific instructions to ask you to stay and help out if I happen to see you.
I see. Have someone sort the orders by type for now. I'll deal with them myself shortly.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Master. With you on the job, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
Hey, Xingqiu! Glad you're here. We want to ask you for some information.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait a moment. Shu, I need to entertain some guests. Please continue with your work for the time being, and we'll discuss the matter of the guild's orders in more detail later on.
Understood, Master Xingqiu. Then I will leave you in peace.
I wasn't counting on finding you here today. What's going on? And how, pray tell, may I be of service?
Xingqiu, have you ever heard of Sunset Vermilionite?
Oh, I see. So you've entered Lady Ningguang's contest as well.
As well? Do you mean...
The truth is, the Feiyun Commerce Guild is in possession of some Sunset Vermilionite, but only one piece. We are holding it on behalf of someone who has asked us to put it up for auction, and a lot of interested parties have already come to us inquiring about the price. At the end of the day, it all comes down to supply and demand. In this case, I'm guessing the final transaction price may be in excess of 500 million mora.
500 million?!
Honestly, I would recommend that you don't bother bidding on this one. The price is greatly inflated, and it's just not worth it.
But without any Sunset Vermilionite...
Don't panic. I don't suppose you ever heard of Sea Gazer?
Who?
Sea Gazer was once very close to Mountain Shaper, but if I am not mistaken, he has already passed away.
Yes, precisely. I didn't know anyone else knew about him. According to records of drifting clouds, Seagazer once built an abode to store his rarest and most exquisite treasures, among which was some sunset vermilionite. After Seagazer passed, the abode was abandoned, and its location was lost to time. Luckily, I came into possession of a stack of folk history books just recently. They make some oblique references to this lost abode, and after cross-referencing them against each other, I'm now fairly certain that it is situated in the Lisha area.
That's great! But is it really okay for us to just go and take his treasure? Wouldn't it be a little, disrespectful with him being an Adeptus?
You needn't worry. As far as I understand, Seagazer was very open-minded. Even while he was alive, he wouldn't have let something like this bother him.
Open-minded? I have not heard of Seagazer being described in this way before. May I ask where you read that?
Just a rumor I heard out in the mountains. All right then, let's go.
There's something about this young lady that reminds me of a good friend of mine. Oh, I almost forgot. Adepti abodes tend to have very ingenious designs, especially when it comes to their defense mechanisms. Plus, it's likely to be crawling with monsters after being abandoned for so long. So please, be very careful.
Okay, we will be. Thanks, Xingqiu.
This place was hidden using a special Adepti art. But now that I have removed it, we can inspect the area more closely.
Wow, that's amazing! Yep, let's take another look around. Hey, look! Is that a new Sealy over there?
Ready when you are.
What? Weren't we at a waterfall just now? How did we suddenly end up here? Whoa, so many clouds. It feels like we're high up in the sky.
I believe this is the abode of that Adeptus. With any luck, the sunset vermilionite we're looking for should be in here.
Really? Let Paimon see! Huh? Isn't that the Sealy from before? Look, it's gone and snuck beneath the clouds. And now that Paimon takes a closer look, the rocks and views here don't seem complete. Oh, could be something below the clouds?
These are not real clouds. They are the product of an Adepti art used for spatial partitioning. If we want to go down, we must first destroy the mechanism that is maintaining the Adepti art.
All right, then let's do it.
I sense the presence of monsters in this place. I don't know where they are hiding, so we'd better be careful.
protect us.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Let the show begin. Protect us.
Freeze!
It appears that we've been taken for intruders. This time, why not allow me to take care of this?
I'll catch up. I must leave no stone unturned. Leave it all to me.
The core of the mechanism is exposed. Now's our chance.
Dodge this! Don't get frostbite.
I must leave no stone unturned. Nice and spicy!
Unleash! Ship! Ha!
Whoa! We're gonna fall! Is everyone okay? The helium disappeared beneath the clouds again!
It looks like we need to go further down. But before that, let's destroy the guard mechanisms on this level first. Unleash!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Leave it all to me.
Manifest! Feeble!
Let's dance. Ready, steady, go! I missed a spot. Nice and spicy. You're toast. Boba, get some. Ouchie. Let the show begin.
Don't push your luck. Dodge this!
Unleash!
As a good knight should. I'll protect us.
Freeze! This moment will be frozen in time. Cool it! Don't push your luck.
Nice and spicy.
Freeze!
Obey! Cryo incarnate! Unleash! Obey!
Boba, get them! We're gonna fall. This time, we're really gonna fall. Ah! So high. Luckily, there was a pool of water at the bottom. Otherwise, that could have ended very differently. Hey! That Sealy's on the move again. Let's catch up with it. talking about this stone wall. Let's take a closer look. Someone needs assistance. I'll catch up. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Frostbite.
I must leave no stone unturned. Hey, ya! Boba, get them! Time to clean up. I'll catch up. Nice and spicy. Shoo. Hoo. Ah. Shoo. Yeah. Let's dance. La, 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 la. I'll catch up.
Dodge this.
I missed a spot. Let the show begin. Booba, get them! Leave it all to me. Out of the frying pan, it's... Help! My dinner is attacking me!
Oh, so sorry.
Nice and spicy!
Unleash! By ordinance divine!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Eat this!
Cool it.
Boba, get them!
Obey! Manifest!
Go, let's dance! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Steady as stone, as a good knight should. I'll catch up. Nice and spicy.
Unleash! Manifest! Cryo incarnate! In your dreams!
Ready, steady, go!
Unleash!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! I'll protect us. Look, over there! Could that be the sunset vermilionite? Is this it? Is this the sunset vermilionite? It's so huge! That's true, but then again, why isn't it floating?
Plaustrate doesn't float until it's activated. It may look different from most ordinary stones, but it weighs around the same amount. Only after being activated does Plaustrate reveal its true nature, breaking free from the shackles of the mortal realm and ascending up into the heavens.
Wow, Shenhe, you seem to know everything about this.
Only because my master is fond of chatting about these things. The moment she has some time to spare, she'll come straight for me and start telling story after story. I don't care for her stories most of the time. I certainly didn't expect them to ever come in handy like this.
Hold on a sec. Paimon just realized something. If we activate it here, there's no way we'll be able to get it back to the site, right? Heck, we'll be dragged up into the sky too! But if we don't activate it, how else are we gonna lift it? This rock must weigh well over 1,000 pounds, surely.
Don't worry. I can handle the weight quite easily.
Are you sure? Be careful.
Please don't worry. I'm well aware that a plostrite sample this large must be highly valuable. I will be gentle with it and make sure it does not get damaged. My safety.
That's right! Paimon's sure you can handle it and everything, but if something this heavy lands on you, you're gonna get yourself hurt, no matter who you are. You gotta be extra careful when lifting heavy objects. It's just common sense.
Is it now? Well then, thank you. I'll go on ahead with the plostrite. Let's meet at the building site later.
How was Shenhe able to carry that huge rock all by herself? Adepti super strength much? We can't slow down yet. Let's go meet her at the building site. Go, Barbara, go! I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance. I'll catch up.
That tingle? Yes.
Someone get them. You're toast. Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Ooh, wonderful! I'll catch up.
Have a little taste.
Steady as stone.
Should. Taste like
test subject.
As a dutiful maid would. All in a day's work. I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance. Nice and spicy. I missed a spot. Leave it all to me.
Freeze! Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
Let the show begin.
Freeze! Dodge this. Cool it.
Right, Pip, into the fire.
Freeze! Oh, so soft. Cool it.
I'll protect us. Eat
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes.
How can she lift that massive rock all by herself? She's got to be one of those Adepti, surely.
Oh, mighty Adeptus, please give me your blessing so that in the coming year I may reap a more bountiful salary.
This is top tier in size and quality, and the condition it's in is quite simply immaculate. Congratulations, this item is approved for submission. I'm going to award you full marks for the Sunset Vermilionite item. May I take your name?
My name isn't important. I'm not even here to compete. I was just delivering this for some other people. They should be here any minute now.
Shenhe and Ningguang's little helper.
Ah, so you're the ones behind this. No wonder. The rarest talent turns in the rarest Plostrite specimen. But I have to correct you on one point. It's not helper, it's secretary.
Okay then, Miss Secretary, what do you think of the rock we found? Pretty amazing, right?
In truth, it is the finest piece of Plostrite we have received so far. If everything goes according to plan, we will use this piece in the foundation of the Jade Chamber, which will enable us to proceed to the next stage of construction. As a side note, Lady Ningguang has rented some dwellings in the nearby area to serve as accommodations for the contestants. If you need a place to rest, you are welcome to stay there. Now, please excuse me. As you can see, there is still a lot of work to do on the building site.
Shenhe, Shenhe! Just now on the way over, pretty much everyone was singing your praises!
Oh, really?
What kind of reaction is that? So strange. Aren't you happy about it? Whenever Paimon gets praised, Paimon can't help but hold her head up high and break into a big smug smile.
I've had similar compliments before. They call me an Adeptus, treat me with great deference and respect, as if I'm set apart from the common folk.
Yeah, 'cause that's how Adepti are. At least the ones we've met are pretty unique and reclusive, too. Way different than normal people.
But I am not...
Shenhe?
I'm fine. I've been exerting myself quite a lot ever since we set foot in that abode. I'm just a little fatigued.
Well, Byron said that there are some makeshift hotels we can use, right? Let's go check in and take a rest.
No need. I simply need to find myself a secluded place in the wilderness to sit and meditate in silence.
You can't do that. It's dangerous out in the wild on your own. When you're hungry, you go eat something tasty. And when you're tired, you go lie down in a nice, comfy bed. All right? Seriously.
Okay. If you insist.
Great! Now we're talking. Let's head to our hotel.
Hi there! Checking in, are we? You're just in time. We only have 2 rooms left. Since this was chosen as the building site for the new Jade Chamber, we've had a constant stream of people in this area. And not just workers either. Visitors, business people, tea sellers, all sorts. So, business is booming for me today. Very few vacancies. You're lucky you got here when you did.
Great!
One of your rooms is still being cleaned. I guess it should be ready within the hour. The other room is just through the door on the left. Here are your keys. All right. Hope you enjoy your stay. Please excuse me, I'll leave you to it.
Shenhe, you should go get some rest. We'll hang around outside until the other room's ready. Paimon's gonna go see if there's anything good to eat around here. Paimon couldn't help but notice one of the guests walk in with a huge grilled chicken drumstick before. Let's buy one for for Shenhua too. She can have it as a midnight snack. Or save it for breakfast tomorrow.
All right. I will head to my room for now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to disturb me. I'm a light sleeper. I will hear if you knock on the door. See you tomorrow.
Hey! Isn't that Cloud Retainer? What's she doing here? Let's go and say hi. Race you!
One trusts you have met Shenhe. So, are you getting along quite well?
So far, so good. Yeah. So, you know Shenhua too, Cloud Retainer?
Naturally. Save for Ganyu, who spends the majority of her time in Liyue Harbor. All the Adepti living today are acquainted with Shenhe to some degree.
Cool. So, what's her Adeptus name anyway? Calling her Shenhua feels kind of friendly, but also kind of disrespectful. So Paimon's thinking maybe it'd be better if we called her by her Adeptus name instead.
Her Adeptus name? Why, pray tell, would Shenhe have an Adeptus name?
Don't all Adepti have a special title they go by?
On this latter point, you are correct. However, Shenhe is human.
Oh, right. Wait, what? Paimon neither! This is a real surprise!
Do you mean to say that she presents differently from ordinary human beings?
Well, to start with, her problem-solving methods are extremely direct.
Ah, yes. She was like this all those years ago when one first met her. In this respect, she has not changed. One first found Shenhe by chance in a cave. One was passing by and sensed the presence of a god's remains. Being of an ever-vigilant disposition, one entered immediately to inspect the scene. Inside was Shenhe, then aged around 6 years old. In her hand, she held a dagger with which she was confronting a monster that was the god's remains incarnate.
That sounds so dangerous.
When one arrived, she had already been locked in confrontation with this monster for several days. Most mortal children are fragile, both physically and mentally, and are highly reliant on their parents for survival. But not so her. That she was able to endure such terrible danger was due not only to her strong willpower, but also to the bloodlust and homicidal instinct with which she was born. One dealt with the monster, yet she still refused to lower her guard. She even pointed her dagger in one's direction and remained ready to strike. Only after she was satisfied that one had no intention to cause her harm did she finally relent. She then passed out without uttering a single word.
In other words, if you hadn't passed by that day, Shenhua might have...
Not necessarily. Upon one's arrival, one could sense that the god's wrath was gradually receding. Even had the stalemate continued, one suspects that Shenhe may have still emerged the victor of the confrontation.
That's still so dangerous, though. Why was a tiny little kid battling against the wrath of a god in the first place?
Alas, the mortal world is rife with suffering of every kind. And she had experienced her fair share of this, even at a tender age. Seeing that she was homeless, one decided to adopt her. Indeed, it is one to whom she refers. Xianhe has an extraordinary constitution, making her well adapted to practicing the Adepti arts. All the Adepti cherished her talents, and so we were willing to train her. However, her homicidal urges did not subside with age. Rather, they grew stronger day by day. Mooncarver once performed a divination for her. He declared that her fate is to bear the curse of calamity. Consumed by malevolent energy, she is prone to bring harm to those around her. Such is the magnitude of the danger this poses, that her soul must be bound with red ropes to keep her homicidal instinct at bay. The red ropes have indeed served to keep her calmer and more content. They also seem to have rendered her somewhat inexpressive. Perhaps the red ropes are so powerful that they have suppressed some of her other emotions as well. It is only by fate that people's paths may cross. Now that Xianhe's path has crossed with yours, please be sure to treasure the gift that fate has given you, and take good care of her.
Oh, now Paimon gets it. You came out here to check up on Shenhe because you were worried about her, didn't you?
Huh. You dare draw such a facile conclusion on the nature of one's present excursion? Incorrect. The truth is that while Liyue Harbor may seem peaceful today, danger is always lurking in the shadows. Ningguang once made a bold assertion that this is to be the era of the contract between Liyue and the humans. Well, one is most curious to observe how she will respond to the coming storm. If she handles it admirably, one is willing to be a witness to her achievements. But if she does not, the Adepti shall not hesitate to seize control. Let us conclude our conversation here for today. One has occupied enough of your time, and night is approaching. Be sure to get ample rest.
So, Shenhe isn't an Adeptus after all. She just grew up around the Adepti. Oh, no wonder she doesn't like being treated as an Adeptus. Having everyone falling over themselves to show their respect all the time must be kinda hard to deal with.
Master has relayed my situation to you, I take it?
Oh? How did you know?
I'd intended to wait until you came back before going to sleep, but I didn't hear you come in. I was worried that something may have happened to you, so I went outside to check and caught sight of my master. On top of this, you have been acting very strangely around me this morning, causing me to suspect that my master must have told you everything about me. After all, Master is very talkative.
Sorry, Shenhua. Paimon had you down as an adeptus this whole time, but it turns out Paimon was wrong.
It's okay. I don't mind. The fault is mine for not explaining everything to you sooner, because in my experience, trying to explain is a futile pursuit. Still, though you mistook me for an adeptus, you never treated me as distant and unapproachable. Instead, you treated me as you would a friend. For this, I am very grateful indeed.
To be fair, we've met our fair share of real adepti, too. Anyway, now it's settled. From now on, you're our friend. Whether you're an adeptus or a human isn't the important thing. First and foremost, we're just plain old friends.
Got it. Although I don't know quite what it entails in terms of what I have to do, I must say I like the title friend very much indeed.
Great! Well, now that we're all rested up, we should start searching for the other 2 items on the list. But before we do that, let's go to the building site and ask Ningguang's little helper how the progress is going. After all, Sunset Vermilionite is so rare. Paimon doubts many competitors will really be able to find any. If it turns out some of them have given up already, we'll be able to take things a little more slowly. Oh, and another thing. We bought some grilled chicken drumsticks on the way back last night. There was a place just outside. Here's one for you, Shenhua. Try it. They're so good.
I concur. It has a rich flavor, far more agreeable than those I've cooked for myself in the wilderness in the past.
Look! Look! The Jade Chamber is floating into the sky! But it seems to be tied down by something.
That's because it's not finished.
Hey, Byron! And hey! People Paimon doesn't know?
Given the enormous scale of the Jade Chamber, we split the construction work into 2 phases to make sure the structure remains balanced. Before we find some suitable plastrite, we build the Jade Chamber's keel at ground level. Once the plastrite is ready, we place it into the keel and let the partially constructed Jade Chamber rise up to the height of the surrounding mountain peaks. The remainder of the construction work is then carried out at that altitude. Once everything is ready, we release the iron tethers and allow the Jade Chamber to rise to its target altitude.
Miss Bywin, we've brought some new materials to submit.
One moment, I'll be right there. The construction work has only been able to progress this rapidly thanks to the plastrite provided by you. Lady Ningguang is most grateful and looks forward to seeing more of your work.
Wow, can't believe you sourced the plastrite so quickly. It's the key piece of the puzzle. Looks like you beat us to the punch. Wait, I know you. You're the one who fought against the Vatuian Osile, right? Oh, sure enough, your reputation precedes you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Beidou, Captain of the Crux.
Beidou? Are you here to join the Jade Chamber contest too?
Sure am. I happened to get my hands on a chunk of Sunset Vermilionite on a voyage a while back, so I figured I'd bring it over.
Huh. So even though it's rare, we're not the only ones who managed to get a hold of it.
Oh, I've got some introductions to do. This is the renowned Miss Yun, or Yunjin, probably the most famous figure in the Liyue opera scene.
Greetings.
These 2 are Paimon and the Traveler. I'm sure you've heard of them before. And this is... sorry, I'm not sure we've met.
Shenhua. I am their... friend.
Good to meet you. Well, from today on, I guess all of us are friends. Miss Yun is also here for the contest. Turns out she needed to borrow a boat, so we came together.
It's an honor to finally meet you both. I've heard much about you. Miss Genhe, though we are only meeting for the first time, I have a feeling that we will get along very well indeed. To be honest with you all, I am in great need of this opportunity to ask Lady Ningguang a question. That's why I joined the contest. Thanks to my father's connections, I was able to acquire a specimen of the plastrite required. Fortunately, it was approved for submission, despite being a little on the diminutive side.
Wow! So it looks like the three of us are competitors now!
Excuse me for prying, Miss Genhe, but are you competing as well?
No, I don't have any questions for Ningguang. I just wanted to help her win.
In that case, I have a proposal to make. Lady Ningguang said that the first 3 contestants to procure all 3 materials will be awarded the chance to ask a question. Well, there are 3 teams here. We can split the prize between us. Instead of competing against each other, we could work together to secure the top 3 places between us. What do you think?
Sounds great, but how does it change things exactly?
I think I see where you're going with this, Miss Yun. The plastrite was the most difficult item to source by a long shot. Luckily, all 3 of us managed to get our hands on it. The 2 remaining items aren't quite so rare, so as long as one of us finds a way to source it, the other 2 can hop on the bandwagon. How'd I do? Is that what you had in mind?
Precisely.
Huh. Interesting approach.
Okay then. All right, I'll go first. I have some leads on these wonder cores. From what I've heard, the core itself is really not that difficult to make. The hard part is getting hold of the ore used as raw materials. I'm gonna head back to the ship and ask Suling if he's heard of them. You guys...
We will head into town and seek advice from Master Zhang of Hanfeng's Ironmongers. Thoughts?
Wonderful. We'll split into teams then, and whoever makes progress first brings all of us a step closer to victory. I'm gonna take off. See you later.
Okay, let's go! By the way, what question are you gonna ask Ningguang, Yunjin?
I'm looking for a venue to host the performance of our new opera. Lady Ningguang has excellent judgment, so I would like to hear her opinion.
Ooh, what's the opera called? Paimon wants to go see it.
The opera is a labor of love by my father. He wrote it based on a popular urban legend about an evil spirit and an adeptus. It's called The Divine Damsel of Devastation.
Listen.
Cheap and tasty chop suey!
Ad Astra ab...
Ah, hello. Are you here for something off the shelf, or do you need something forged?
Excuse me, Master Zhang. We were wondering if you'd heard of something called a Wonder Core.
Of course I have. Sorry, who's asking?
My name is Yunjin. Perhaps you don't know me, but I believe that you forged some weaponry for my father in the past, for stage use.
Yunjin? Stage use? Oh, so you must be Miss Yoon. Sorry, my brain's finally caught up. It's not used to doing much beyond bashing a hammer all day. Everyone's heard of you, Miss Yoon, even folks who don't make it to the opera all that often. Like myself. So, you're here to ask about Wonder Cores, huh? As it happens, I do know how to make them. Matter of fact, I made some for Lady Ningguang back when she was building the original Jade Chamber. The types of ore needed to make Wonder Cores are a little hard to come by. Lady Ningguang supplied them herself last time. I don't suppose you've brought any yourselves?
No, we were gonna ask you what kinds of ore we need.
Sure. Well, you'll need two kinds. Star Splinter Iron and Subrosium. If I remember correctly, Lady Ningguang sourced her Star Splinter Iron from the Mount Tianheng area. They say it resonates with visions. It could take some work, but if you stick with it, you'll find some eventually. As for the Subrosium, though, that's trickier. It's all but unheard of on the market. I'm really not sure. Sorry. What I've heard is that the people around Mount Tianheng have some sort of magic trick that can pinpoint the location of the stuff. Of course, it's probably just hearsay. If you want my advice, start by looking for Star Splinter Iron around Mount Tianheng. And if you run into any locals, ask them a few questions about Subrosium.
Mount Tianheng.
Interestingly enough, the story of the divine damsel of devastation also takes place on that mountain. I hear the view there is quite spectacular. A favorite destination of the Adepti, in fact. Perhaps it can give me some inspiration. Let's not delay. We should head straight there.
Let the show begin.
I came to Mount Tianheng once with my father as a child. I remember it being such a long climb that I could barely feel my legs by the time we reached the top. This is quite a trip down memory lane for me. Look at these majestic, towering peaks, and the gently flowing streams. It's like setting foot in paradise. No wonder the legend of the divine damsel of devastation is said to have taken place here. Adepti wander oft where mortals seldom stride. Indeed, this looks like a place that one might expect to be frequented by Adepti.
The Divine Damsel of Devastation is your upcoming opera, right? And the story takes place in Mount Tianheng. Huh. Seems like you have a real connection with this place. What's the story about, though?
It's the story of a girl becoming a hero.
Cool. A hero story? They're Paimon's favorite!
The legend first arose in this area. It is said that there used to be a prosperous village on the mountain. In that village, there was a loving couple who were completely devoted to one another. One day, a terrifying monster appeared. The wife was out collecting herbs and was captured by the monster. Her husband was so distraught at the news that it broke his spirit and drove him to madness. The vile and vicious monster told the villagers, "If you want to live, you must sacrifice a child to me."
What a nasty piece of work! Paimon sure hopes this monster gets put in its place!
But the monster was so terrible and so strong that all within the village were terrified of it. They had no choice but to give in to the monster's demand. Just while they were discussing whose child would be given over to the monster, a little girl suddenly stood up and came forward. Unbeknownst to anybody else, she was concealing an exorcist's blade. She approached the monster's lair, feigning fear and trepidation. When she finally arrived, she courageously drew her sword and entered into a fierce struggle with the monster, from which she eventually emerged as the victor. Her extraordinary abilities drew the attention of the Adepti, and they took her as one of their own. Her story became the stuff of legends. But alas, the paths of mortals and Adepti seldom cross, and she would never again re-enter the mortal world. And so, destined to grace the mortal realm for but a brief moment, she vanished like a wisp of smoke into thin air. That's how the opera ends.
I really like this story. But I personally think that perhaps the little girl was not as brave as the opera makes her out to be. I'm not sure she deserves all the praise she is given.
I've never considered that before. Opera is always an interpretation of the events it purports to portray. A certain degree of deviation from the truth is always inevitable. When my father wrote the script for this play, I suppose his intention was to inspire his audience with the character of the divine damsel.
I think it's a great story. The ideal story.
Well, it sure inspired Paimon! Let's go get ourselves some Star Splinter Iron! Yeah!
Let's dance! This should be enough Star Splinter Iron. Now we just need to find that Subrosium.
I think I saw a village on our way here. Master Zhang said we should ask the locals for help. Why don't we try there?
Hey, there really is someone here. Yunjin, looks like you were right. Excuse us, sir. Can we ask you something? Huh. He didn't seem to catch that.
Hello, sir. We were just passing by and wanted to ask if you happen to know anything about Subrosium.
Is he trying to tell us to look for clues in the village? Well, whatever. Guess we're on our own here. Shenhua, Yunjin, let's have a look around.
Sorry, you can go ahead without me. I'd like to have a word with this gentleman. If that's okay with you, Uncle Mingjin.
It's...
Shenhe.
Shenhe. You're alive. The rumors were true. So, all these years? I'm sorry, I don't know how to find Subrosium, but I think you can find some information in the village. This place is deserted now. No one ever comes here. So you can rummage around all you want.
Huh? You know this guy, Shenhua?
Thank you, kind sir. We'll go and take a look around. Don't worry. Mingjun has no ill intention towards Miss Shenhe. She'll be quite safe. Okay, then let's see what we can find in this village. Huh. What's this? So, Shenhe is the divine damsel? Now that I think about it, she does behave rather like an adeptus, and she is about the right age. So that's why I've been getting the strangest feeling whenever I chat with her. I should have noticed it earlier. According to this text, the divine damsel from the opera was actually the daughter of the loving couple. And she didn't volunteer. She was sacrificed to the monster by her own father. Oh, the truth is even more lamentable than the opera. Now I understand why Shenhe said the girl was not as brave as people think. It wasn't her choice to enter that ghastly situation. She was forced into it. Oh, it looks like my father may need to make a few revisions to his beloved opera. Open sesame! Oh, now I'm hungry. So it seems that Shenhe's father thought he was summoning a benevolent deity using a magic incantation. But in fact, he summoned an evil god's remains, which took the form of a monster. His obsessive yearning for his deceased wife led to a terrible tragedy. The villagers moved away in fear, without ever learning the truth. And now, this place is deserted. Still, I do wonder what the connection is between Shenhe and Mingjun. We've looked everywhere, but still no mention of Sabrosium. Let's have a look over there. So basically, we need to go to the middle of the lake south of Mount Tianheng at dusk, and we'll find us some Sabrosium. Let's go back and tell Shenhe the news!
One year when I was back visiting, I heard a story about a white-haired adeptus from a merchant passing by. I never imagined it was you. I was a very close friend of your father's. I could have stopped him from performing the summoning ritual. I had plenty of chances, but I couldn't bring myself to stand up to him. I just let things happen, let it all escalate. And, well, we all know how that story ended. I bring flowers back here every year. And each time I wish I had a chance to apologize to you.
Apologize for what? If you'd stopped him, he'd only have found another way. There is nothing he wouldn't have done for his true love. Nothing.
Do you still hate him?
I don't know what I feel. I'm told my fate is to bear the curse of calamity, so my master bound my soul with red ropes to curb my aggression. But it also dampened my emotions, making me dispassionate, like the Adepti. So if you ask me how I feel about the past, if I hate my father or not,
It must have been so tough for you all these years.
Shenhe, we're back!
Oh, then I will leave you all in peace. Shenhe, it brings me some solace knowing that you are okay. I'll tell you more about the old times next time we meet.
Thanks, mister. We found some info in the end. Shenhe, look! This tells us how to find Subrosium. All we gotta do is go to the middle of that lake!
Let's go then.
Miss Shenhe, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Just now, in the village, we found your father's diary. It turns out that many of the details in the Divine Damsel of Devastation are not true to the facts. So I'd like to change them.
Why?
I know I say that opera always deviates from the truth, but now that the main character is standing right here in front of me, I cannot simply dismiss your lived experience in favor of my father's fiction.
It's okay. I like your version.
Huh?
My master once said that the day I learn how to use my strength for the good of others is the day that I can truly become part of human society. So, I hope that one day I might be brave enough to stand up and protect others, just like the girl in the opera. But I've never thought this way before, and I wonder whether I will continue to think in this way.
Don't worry. I believe you will. In fact, I think maybe you've already started to become the person you aspire to be. You just haven't had the opportunity to see it for yourself yet.
Shenhe! Yunjin! Cut the chit-chat! Let's go! We can't let someone else beat us to it!
Go, Barbara, go!
Freeze! Dodge this! Cool it! See... Dodge this!
That's everything we need! Let's head back and report in! Paimon's curious if Beto's made any progress.
What brings you here? Have they found a solution to the danger in the sea? Ningguang didn't tell you. Something has happened in Guyan Stone Forest. According to the contract, as an Adeptus, I should not get involved for now. But these things can be unpredictable. I have a contingency plan. Only a single mountain lies between here and Liyue Harbor. If things get out of control, I will defend this place myself.
Oh, goodness.
So, are they okay?
This is some top quality ore you found. I think I'll get a good end product out of these. Guess now it's my time to shine.
Hey everyone, how's the A-team doing? I ran into a bit of a brick wall on my end. Suling's never seen a Wonder Core before, and says it'd take a lot of research for him to get up to speed.
Leave the Wonder Cores to me. I'll work on them while you go about your business. Don't worry. It won't take me too long.
Much obliged, Master Zhang. We should look into the Adepti sigils next, but where should we find items relating to the Adepti?
I'll sort that out.
Oh? You got this then?
Yes. I have been training with the Adepti for years. I know a thing or two about making sigils. When we first met, I told you I came for the Jade Chamber, not the contest. In fact, I came specifically to deliver Adepti sigils. Master heard that Ningguang was planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber, so she sent me to deliver some Adepti sigils to her. Master also said she hoped that I can take this opportunity to rejoin human society. But now that I'm here, I wonder if I've been removed from the world for too long. There's so much basic knowledge that I lack. Maybe it won't work for me to stay here after all. But either way, I'm very glad to have met you, and I'll take care of those Adepti sigils.
Without knowing the ins and outs of your situation, I can't say whether you should stay or not. But now that our paths have crossed, we'll always have a connection. So if you're ever feeling down, come find me on my ship. There'll be a drink waiting for you.
Thank you. So, Master Zhang, I'll need to use your facilities to make the sigils.
Fine by me. I'm actually curious to see how the Adepti arts work. Maybe I'll learn something.
Whew. The sigils are ready. Though they are in some respects inferior to my master's, I can assure you there will be no quality issues.
I've finished forging the things you asked for, too.
Great! Let's go submit them before someone else gets there ahead of us.
Don't stay out in the rain for too long. You'll catch a cold.
Ningguang's little secretary! We found all the materials!
Oh, already? All three of you found them together. Okay, I see. The Wonder Cores and Adepti sigils look good. It seems that we found our winners. I hereby announce that the winners of this material procurement contest are the Traveler, Yunjin, and Beidou.
What? It's over already? I haven't even found the Plustrite yet!
I can't believe it. So close, but so far.
I'd like to invite our three winners to please proceed to the Jade Chamber, where Lady Ningguang is waiting for you.
Huh? Where's Beidou? She was right here!
Captain Beidou has some business to attend to. She will join later. Please come with me for now.
Alright then, guess we'll head on up to the Jade Chamber first! This has been a long time coming. The last time we went up to the Jade Chamber was ages ago!
Combine the Adepti sigils with the Wonder Cores and insert them into the Jade Chamber's control compartment. The construction of the new Jade Chamber is now officially complete. Once the tethers are released, it will soar into the sky. Thank you all for your work. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise.
Yeah!
Miss Yun, I've already heard something about the reason for your involvement. You are looking for a venue for your new opera, aren't you?
That's right. Lady Ningguang, I would like to hear your opinion.
The unveiling of Miss Yun's grand new opera surely requires a venue of equal grandeur. So what would you say if I proposed that we stage your first performance right here, in the newly built Jade Chamber? The Jade Chamber offers a splendid panoramic view of the mountains and the bustling city. It is fitting for the finest performance to be hosted in the heavens. I can think of no better stage for you than here, Miss Yun.
Thank you, Lady Ningguang. Then I will prepare my props and other articles shortly. Please allow me to bring all these aboard the Jade Chamber.
You're quite welcome. It's truly what a good opera deserves.
Oh, a traveler, Shenhe, Paimon, I'll be leaving now. Do come and see my play when the time comes.
You're next. What is your question? I should clarify. I do not know your brother's whereabouts. Please, don't waste your question on this matter.
Wow, you're a mind reader, Ningguang. Oh well, guess Paimon will ask a question then.
Managing a successful business is not as simple as you might think. Capital, connections, sensitivity to the trends, an instinct for what is a good opportunity. All of these traits are crucial. If you want to know how to make money, I will honor our agreement and give you an answer. But that is not to say that it will work for you.
Wow, Paimon hadn't even asked the question yet.
Your question was written all over your face. Now look, you helped me rebuild the Jade Chamber, and I intend to repay you handsomely for it. So I promise you that should you one day require financial assistance, you may seek employment here. I will pay you at the highest rate of remuneration.
Oh, great! So next time we run out of Moro, we just need to come to Ningguang? No more questions from us. Shenhe, you got a question?
Me?
Yes, this is a group effort.
Thank you. But I don't have anything to ask.
Are you sure? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'd urge you not to squander it.
Yeah, just don't waste it. Hold on a second. Paimon can probably think of another one.
Lady Ningguang, do you think I can ever fit in Liyue Harbor?
Now that is an interesting question. Liyue Harbor is very inclusive. As long as you respect the rules here, you will not be turned away. So, the key is whether or not you yourself can develop a sense of belonging in Liyue Harbor.
Huh. A sense of belonging?
Yes. To become fond of a place, to feel part of it, it always requires a reason. Perhaps someone you've met, or something you've experienced here. Or perhaps you enjoy the atmosphere of Liyue, and you will become accustomed to it. In short, everyone needs a reason to stay. I hope you can find yours soon.
I see.
Hey, what's going on? I just went to see the fleet a little later than expected.
Come on, Beidou! It's your turn! Do you have a question for Ningguang?
Me? Nah, I ain't got any questions. She forced me to help out, so I figured I may as well get involved with the contest. Ningguang, don't forget what we talked about. It's not gonna be easy to deal with. I don't think my fleet can take it on their own.
Don't worry. I have made preparations. The wound dressings are ready, and the Millilith have set up an ambush.
Glad to hear it. Watch your back. Stay alert.
Beidou? Ningguang? What are you talking about?
You'll see when the Jade Chamber ascends. However, it's not the most pleasant topic of conversation. Maybe it's better that you don't know. When I first set foot in the Jade Chamber, I stood at the edge of the platform and looked down upon Liyue Harbor far below. At that time, I dreamed that one day the Jade Chamber's shadow would be seen in all 7 nations of Teyvat. My wish has not changed to this very day. However, it is not only out of consideration for myself that I have built the Jade Chamber anew at this time. I hope the Jade Chamber will always float in the skies above Liyue Harbor, bearing witness to the prosperity and peace of the human world. And I hope that you can all witness it with me. Let the Ascension ceremony commence! Right on cue. The Avenger of the Vortex, Beisht.
Who is that?
Osial's wife. Final follower of the Overlord of the Vortex.
Sounds like you knew this was coming!
Beidou sensed something was stirring in the deep. She warned me months ago. knowing she harbors hatred toward the Jade Chamber. I chose to rebuild it now as a way of drawing her out.
Got it. Well, let's go fetch the Adepti.
No.
Huh?
In this human age, the people of Liyue must find a way to overcome this crisis on our strength alone!
What's that? Wait! A giant wave!
You are a cursed child. Your life brings nothing but disaster to us all. At least if you die, I can bring her back.
The day you learn how to use your strength for the good of others is the day that you can truly become part of human society.
What are you doing here?
We can't let you be the only one taking this risk!
I hardly see this as a great risk. The people of Liyue Harbor are well prepared, and she is already badly injured. Only sheer willpower is keeping her alive. I may be nearing the end of my stamina, but in a fight to the death, I think I have the upper hand.
We'll help too! I'll protect us. Nice and spicy! Race you! Out of the frying pan, into the pot! Let the show begin. Boba, get them!
Let's dance.
Obey! Manifest!
I'll protect us. Nice and spicy. Someone needs assistance. Time to clean up. Let the show begin. Race you!
Freeze! What's the burn?
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Ha! Let's dance! Nice and spicy! Yeah. Ready, steady, go! I'll protect us.
Unleash!
Let the show begin. Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Ha! Booba, get them! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! I'll protect us.
Frostbite.
Nice and spicy! Ha! Let's dance! Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Obey! Manifest! Unleash! Obey!
Nice and spicy. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Unleash! Manifest!
Shoot! She's getting away! Shouldn't we go after her?
This place is unstable. It is too risky to continue pursuing her. If the place collapsed, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's head back.
I'm fine.
I'm just a little exhausted. Otherwise, fine. I wanted to deal with it myself. I didn't expect you to follow me. Don't worry. She's not coming back anytime soon. After an injury like that, she'll likely seek refuge somewhere else.
How did things go underwater?
It's been dealt with. She was injured before entering the water. It didn't take too much effort to finish the job.
Good. So the crisis has been safely averted. When you visit the Jade Chamber in the future, you will be afforded generous treatment.
Lady Ningguang, the fleet reports that the sea monster has left Guyan Stone Forest and the surrounding waters have returned to normal.
Thank you. How are the Millilith?
Thanks to the medical supplies you prepared and Lady Keqing's command, our losses were minimal. Of course, we owe huge thanks to this young lady for her help. On behalf of the entire Millilith, thank you for your service.
Great. Then next time I watch Miss Yun's opera, I'll be able to take the compliments. I wasn't trying to be a hero, though. I just wanted to protect you.
Let the soldiers recuperate, but don't let your guard down. If she returns with a vengeance, we must be prepared.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been monitoring us for some time now. I trust you've reached a conclusion.
You wish to hear one's opinion. Well, things would have hardly gone so smoothly had it not been for Shenhe.
That I do not deny. However, final victory was always going to be ours, even had things been a little more arduous. If it came to it, I could always destroy another Jade Chamber.
One has observed your adaptation of the Guizhong Ballista, and find oneself compelled to admit that you have evidenced some degree of novel thinking. You have learned from past failures and prepared for this crisis in advance. This is considerable progress compared to the last time. Hence, on balance, one finds your performance during this trial satisfactory enough. But there will no doubt be further trials to come in the future. Do not suppose that one will not continue observing you hereafter.
While the position of Tianquan remains mine, I will always ensure Liyue's safety.
Shenhe, one saw you secretly venture out from the mountains a few years ago, and noticed the air of dejection in which you returned. Hopefully this trip to Liyue Harbor has been a different experience.
Yes. I can't explain it, but I feel happier than I expected.
Good. Traveler, please take good care of Shenhe. She is a dear child. In fact, one has many fond memories of Shenhe's childhood that she may be interested to hear about.
There'll be no need for that.
Oh. They are all like this. Fine. Since you care not to listen, one shan't be telling you. One shall be going homeward now.
Please, have a good rest. Come to the Jade Chamber when you have recovered your energy. We must celebrate both the completion of the Jade Chamber and the fact that Liyue has weathered another crisis. This banquet must be the most spectacular ever.
I'll catch up. I'll catch up.
The Millilith's casualties are within the range we expected. But in hindsight, there were still flaws with our plan. If we'd had more time, we could have built a barrier here to absorb the impact of the waves. We must learn from this experience and never repeat the same mistakes again. We were fortunate to have your assistance this time. Thank you.
Someone needs assistance. Someone needs assistance. Someone needs assistance. Wow! Everyone's already seated! It's Paimon's first time attending a banquet in the Jade Chamber. The food here looks amazing.
All of you here are my distinguished guests. I am determined that each of you thoroughly enjoys yourself. Those who don't drink alcohol, please, help yourself to other beverages. Fine wine is a delight to the senses, but it is far from the only one. I trust you will find the marvelous view from the Jade Chamber to be an equally gratifying indulgence.
Have you heard? Miss Yun's going to be performing today.
Sure have. Honestly, it's the main reason I'm here. I've never missed any of Miss Yun's performances, and I don't intend to start now. I hear she's going to perform The Divine Damsel of Devastation today, the one written by her father. I've been so excited that I've barely slept the last few nights.
Hey, look! Miss Yun is going on stage!
本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，唱与诸位听。彼时鹤归，茫茫天地无依靠，孤身离去。今日再会，新朋旧友坐满堂，共聚此时。
What did you think? Personally, I thought I sang rather well.
It was beautiful. Paimon wants to learn too.
It was wonderful. Also, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks to you, the Divine Damsel of Devastation is a more nuanced tale than ever. The play has an ending, but life goes on. I believe you will find a way to fit in Liyue Harbor.
Thank you. I think I've found the opportunity I needed to change.
Ms. Yun, here you are. Great to see you. Huh? Hey, this young lady with the white hair looks like some kind of VIP. Yeah, that's it, like an Adeptus. Wait, you're the girl from the opera, aren't you? The Divine Damsel herself. And look who else we have here, the illustrious traveler. Well, I'll be. This was definitely worth showing up for. Let me pull up a chair, all right. We'll all have a friendly chat, get better acquainted.
Alternatively, you could leave us alone. That is, if you'd prefer to finish your drink via the orifice of your own choice.
Uh-oh, this feels all too familiar. Shenhe's back to her old self again.
Hey, what are you doing?
Calm down, Shenhe. Calm
down. Now that I think about it, I'm glad Master sent me here to deliver the sigils. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. I'm sure I have much to learn from you in the future.
To act, one must first feel. After our trip to Mount Tianheng together, I felt much more in touch with the character today. I believe I was able to deliver a more profound performance because of it. Next time I have a new opera, may we study the character together again.
You've made an exceptional contribution toward the building of the new Jade Chamber. I will not forget this. I shall be sure to repay your kindness at an appropriate juncture.
Someone needs assistance.
Mr. Crossell. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhiqiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't Smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhiqiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhiqiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Lee Pavilion. Best Lee food in town.
So, are you buying or not?
I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance.
Oh, whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Miss Zhiqiao? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice. My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of déjà vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Miss Zhiqiao, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Zhiqiao somehow. True, though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Jucho looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the
Vendor has
Jadeite
the
is genuine
hairpins.
or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the Jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please. Please, Don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item and I should pay compensation per the contract. However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossel in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality jade. No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
Why'd they have to give me that transfer?
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus Jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes, and if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus Jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation.
This merchant is going to bankrupt.
Please wait here, Mr. Crossel.
Thank you very much.
He's going to
How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Nope, she's gonna be
Please
rich.
wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Miss Yanfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. what I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, could I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track. It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who processes ore? Ha! I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.